Still alive, I see. Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck, then.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder, and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well...
The Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archae above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we gonna manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you. Joshua seemed upset. Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be. But a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it. It won't be easy. It may take generations. Centuries of suffering. And that is, if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. Are you certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to. Does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
It's almost time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything.
Clive! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you...
I would have done the same for...
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me...
From what little I saw...
I suppose... But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might... Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply. We must move.
But where do we
True, the challenge... The realm's armies, as you've seen firsthand... It's certain cities have banded together to try, and yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. In short, if Storm does not...
But how would one even begin?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin... Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest... But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion.
I thought he was...
He was. Until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the... And as luck would have it...
Of course, yeah.
And he's agreed to help. Havel has always been a man of... I extol you.
And if... would you send us...
Of course. Heck no.
Ah, Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong?
I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will.
Or his will?
In the crypt, beneath Rosalith, after Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity, and in the process of doing so...
I'm surprised anything's...
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience.
Well,
Very...
Sid, do you...
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison.
How did she come by...
Finding bearers always was her... And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. And even better for her. Bearers with no one to look after them.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever...
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from... I can't let those bearers die in their cells.
And we stay...
Thank you. The
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow. We should head there as quickly as we can.
As do I.
Sid, I was once
It depends what...
a bearer, but recently freed from his bond. As you know, the work we do is not easy.
I don't...
We are scouting and... No.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer. Vivian, and I'll be happy to help you find the...
Thank you, but tracking it...
Please. It's only right that I return.
You are too... Alas. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as... But...
If you say so.
Forgive me, but this book... It set me...
What do you think happened?
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions.
No. Well, yes.
It's Miss Mididol. Very strange.
When she is, she acts like we're
In the
Well, then it...
But
Why don't I go?
you don't...
Thanks. Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. Is this really so important that you need to
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so the Fallen had their chance. But they relied too much, but not me. I've just, well, almost.
And is that a one...
Are you volunteering? But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, first I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the tub and crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the Cursebreakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You'll...
I should speak with one of the Cursebreakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
Has Mididol mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly. She seems preoccupied.
I will not let them be fooled. Sid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor. My name is Herman. I wish to be deployed to Ash.
No. I will not send good men and women. Why would you want to go?
I need to retrieve something. I was raised, or rather, it was not a place of nurture. It exists. We were tortured. Until and few ever survived long enough.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many, but they must be remembered. The Institute was run with military precision.
You were a good friend, but the fact remains that
Sid.
Too dangerous for you. I'll go to Bad Buck.
You will?
I won't let you...
I don't...
You can start by telling me where I'll...
Vida Grace.
All right.
May the Mother...
suppose it's magic keeping the thing afloat.
What else could it be?
So there's a new mother. Fussing over it won't see the hens fed.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Bidza. Or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the buck.
I'll keep that in mind.
Clive.
Hippocrates. I've been charged with locating a book called
And you seek a one whose name I had not thought to hear.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very...
And yet I gather it didn't. Clive, If the young I fear she asks the impossible.
The Executor.
Coveters of Secret, a clandestine organization committed to the collection. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history, a tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to, or so rumor has it.
How is it that I haven't heard of this?
Why? Secrecy. They lurk in the shadows, emerging,
which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp
by the hand of the
But what drives them?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of you may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their lead.
Then my hunt was doomed. What was Vivian expecting?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the Executors are but rather less so. I had a friend. Alas, I have heard naught from him since, but though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving, if you were, by some chance, able to save even a single...
Very well. I'll be sure to pay go...
Good morrow to you, my friend. Having never visited, I cannot tell you exactly where in Garnick my friend's lodgings lie. I make no guarantee that you will find what you seek there. Fare thee well, my friend.
Say what you will, Lady Karen is here.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw clap that there iron on him to...
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been doubly hard him being a frost wolf. Sid would always tell him, you want my iron gone, you find what I reckon what he will look...
I'm sorry, Tog. Sorry for making... Let's get that thing...
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us. You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, can't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you...
Aye, good thing and all. It's not...
Your kindness is appreciated.
Only because he doesn't talk back like that.
Where to, then?
First the skies, then the crystal. What next?
All right, Torgal. I'm going to need a little bit more... Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... You've already given me one. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in... To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still... It's still here. After all these years. Lots more than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy. This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you. Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right, all right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home. Sorry for the wait. We're ready. Mid's oil. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all. This should be enough. Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in North. She'd be testing this recruit.
I'm nervous. Well met, Sid. This is the initiate.
At your service.
Please, just Sid.
Oh, of course. The sergeant says you'll be evaluated.
To become a scout, yes.
I am. But I swore I'd...
Who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me. No magic, no support, just one man. It taught me what one man can do. And I've been training ever since. So that one day...
You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions.
So... what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record and bring it here.
And bring it here, right.
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost, you'll need to assess the situation, determine it all without being discovered and thrown in...
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you...
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me. These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not. Damn it. Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run! If you want him, you'll have to go through me. Sick of this one. Sick of it. Go, Torkel. Kill. Too slow. Ember, are you... gone? Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is, then.
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Eh? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you then, his heir. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
This won't be an easy decision.
You should have seen him.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not. Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the Cursebreakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
There's something about it. I feel like it's...
You alright? You off then? Why the hell? Would Victor take the bearer's side?
For a sheriff. Ill-gotten gil, perhaps.
Here to help me pack? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this, then?
I am. But before I go, there is one small issue I'd like your assistance with. Well, two, in fact.
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe, and provided for, and loved. The Hideaway.
Of course. The children would be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive. I will not forget this.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
Every last one of the bastards has turned. And they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. The town guard won't stand a chance against them. We need to evacuate. There's no time to lose. Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the townspeople's escape. Well, what are you waiting for?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation.
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince them.
What's an Akashic?
You have to listen to me. They're coming. You need to evacuate.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside?
Is she?
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing news, might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out in the square as we speak. You may believe his lies, my lord, but we know better.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader. A great honor for one of his kind. One he might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me, but for the sake of your people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that. Now be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
Hide. It's driving away our customers.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
Lord Ferda.
Sid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted.
The bloody fools.
Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid! Ferda! I've been looking for you everywhere.
Victor? I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need. And Lubor is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
You have to believe me! The Akashic are coming! They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There will be no parley, no mercy granted! We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run!
Run!
Far, far away!
Run!
Just go on. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes! Go!
Come on, then.
Go on! Go!
Just go.
Lubor. Wait. Someone's coming.
Go.
Come on! Stop! You're hurting him! What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that?
Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty?
Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly round here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever.
But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling?
He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then. Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage, and they are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind.
Consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchant not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Where do I fit into this plan?
Where else but the most perilous place of all? I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws, Cheratina itself. The main host is most likely still there, and Dalamil will not be safe until it is eradicated, root and branch.
A little gardening. How pleasant.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
Luckily, so am I.
So you are. All right then, we all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalamil.
Looks like everyone's ready. I'd better not keep them waiting.
There it is. The flood.
But what's waiting for us inside? We can't leave a single one alive. Too slow. Nice try. The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see...
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubor, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive! What news from...
It's done.
I knew you wouldn't let...
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven, and we need not fear the arrival of any more. Victory is at...
We blood... Lubor, after all you have done...
But we did. We only hope...
We need you. So, if you would still...
You do?
We do. But that is not a stain on your... It is a stain on ours.
I see. But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead the mistreatment of bearers, any bearer within our walls shall be afforded. They will not be judged by what...
As we failed to do, and came...
We agree to your conditions. And...
Condition accepted. Well then, it seems my mayorship is... How fickle. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, I find myself her leader. Here. For everything.
Lubor. About the children.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than... I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children, but everyone in Dalimil.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
Knew I was right. To give up on Lubor. Make a wonderful.
Good girl.
Yeah!
Here we are again. Carava. If you were a tortoise, Torgor, where would you hide? It looks like we found him.
Go! This one!
I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype. Mid, tell me this is all you need.
Aw, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0.
And
a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would they... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then all the pieces that are left over.
That's...
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear?
That's all for now.
Thanks, Sid.
Well, did they have it?
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right place? Well, you just wait and see. That should do it. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
Has Midadol mentioned the new project yet?
Do you see that too?
No use calling Ambrosia now.
Papa? What is it? Oh, please. Just make it stop. I'm scared.
Ready, go? Faster!
can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need...
Please, Field Marshal.
This won't take...
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
Nice try. A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of sold, but I hadn't thought the corruption had reached... It's a fucking... Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis, or is Sid the Outlaw...
Call me what you want. It doesn't change all the urgency of the message I bring.
Before I'd have you answer... What do you stand to...
I won't deny that I might bend that I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now, we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by... Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if...
Thank you, Field.
But they are not the...
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to, we will need an envoy. One who can...
I'm flattered, and I have other problems. What we need is a skilled...
Is that so? And would he...
Of a different kind.
I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this?
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
Huh. An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience. Someone like Quentin. Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on, then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can...
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. They want you to speak for those who can't speak for... If it's the vineyard, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know...
It's not that.
Then what is it?
You know that's not...
Then what are you? That only we are worth... Why turn your back on everyone else? Who's to say you couldn't convince the...
A stirring... I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall...
So you'll join her? Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. I can arrange for a party of curse-breakers.
That would be very much... I hear the roads are far...
My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape. Uncle, I bring the Field Marshal...
Of course he has.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Porter's. They will await your return there.
One other?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he asked if I might have a solution.
One of your...
Master Quentin would probably call me one of his.
Another outlaw? Just the thing we need to put these rotten good-thinking class...
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier.
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quentin can solve our problem, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the Grange.
Oh, don't. The 7 high houses, they have all agreed to make the most... Oh, of course, it did take a... But luckily I had...
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head.
It was more of a...
Well... The old battle axe, she had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks, and when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in... Now, join us there at your earliest
Of course.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether. That is, unless you'd have them...
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ship. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back. But I'm sure that you wish two such firm friends as yourselves. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends? I can't stand the man.
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company are you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal.
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young...
Upstanding?
Once more on...
Shall we begin? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. Yes, and I imagine some resistance, much resistance.
But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, Mike Will. Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that we shall play our parts to the best of our abilities. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. I want you to keep this.
I will.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate. What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides. Those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of...
It's a pity only they are still...
'Tis true that those most but one at least remain.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she... After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting.
And where is this?
She awaits you in the archive.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been... Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House...
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
There it is.
The House Rosfield.
Go, Paul!
this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Oh, thank the Griffin is...
And the Heartstone.
Yes, this radiant luster like frozen flame. It is just as your father described it. Thank you, your father would...
Lady Goditha.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut. The armbands are complete. Pray, take. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. And the graven vines encircling the stone.
It's a message. Father knew enemies who would thwart his vision.
And only if we stood together. As Phoenix and Shield. As brothers in...
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our...
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all, even if the armbands were incomplete. She would So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took her...
And thank the Fountain.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing, and so my pursuit continued. He informed me that his Grace's will had been
Lady Goditha.
As do I.
Thank you, for coming back to us.
The bands suit you well. Must be gratifying to find...
What do you say, Clive?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it. For it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hand.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting. Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies? Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
It's just back there. Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
And what can I do for you? An excellent choice. I do like a customer who knows what he wants.
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets if we don't cooperate.
I would speak with this Duke.
Saw the captain just now. He was wearing his uniform.
Your town needs you. I need you.
Do you have a moment, Clive?
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed the town was left all but unguarded. So Philippe was compelled, and though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him, so I was wondering if you would lend them your strength.
Of course.
Thank you, Clive. Philippe told me he had met...
Where can I find the mistress of this...
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me.
Absolutely.
Please.
As you know, My father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and indeed, I owe you for continuing to argue against him. Yet I fear he is not one to... He must be made to face the
And who would make...
I would. Myself, and were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from north.
Does that not seem a trifle?
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve... Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judges, but he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod. We must fight him.
Fight him? Respectfully, my lady. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the...
False hope. But I see that your mind is made up. If you will extend me the same... I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Families.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. But perhaps it's better that you heard them from him.
Right.
It's just...
Your town needs you. I need you.
Saw the captain just now.
He wasn't wearing his uniform. Because he handed it in.
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets if we don't cooperate.
He'd have our coin, our stock and our stalls, and we're just supposed
So
to...
you are content to abandon... Please, I beseech you. If you are a true son of Northreach, you must fight to defend your home.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends, and someone has to keep watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine. You're not the only able-bodied man in Northreach. Thank you so much for your help.
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like daughter, eh?
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people. Anyway, what brings you here?
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she did she? Right as always. In fact, you're just the man. We've had some reports, you see. Sightings of, you know what.
They're back.
Seems that way. All over, too. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, you could go and see what's what.
Right.
You know Grieger's Weep?
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings.
Fly, Ambrosia. Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town. Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive, it's me. Are you all right?
I am. But it seems the reports were true. The thralls have returned. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, that's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from...
Do you have eyes?
What? Her ladyship's...
What? I'll do what I... Be careful.
Don't worry.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. But now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Grieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore! You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a branded.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Grieger.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caer Norvent and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order!
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common...
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell. The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I fought a few of these things. And while I can't promise to hold them all back, I should be able to thin the herd.
All right. But take care.
Thank you. Both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
I want steel in the hands of every man or woman.
There are so many of them.
Not for long. Kill! Get him! Nice try.
Is it over?
No. It's only just begun. This one. Get him! This one. All yours, Mogul, kill! I wonder how the others... Better hurry back to town.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme. How did you and your men...
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake.
Glad to hear it.
I thank you both.
I thought they would drift apart. But you, not by force, nor by the exercise, but by simply being one of them.
Our purpose was ever the same. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision.
As did you. His radiance said it himself. I forgot that.
I'm sorry. I only wanted you to... How I...
Do not blame yourself, Mike. I should have listened to...
Your eminent, but I will... And...
Madam Isabel, I see.
The dame said it herself. And that you...
Well,
Can we get you anything? How goes the troop? I'll be happy to man one end of a string. Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, but I...
Very well. I was Carla then. So sought after was I that it was only they. Alas. For naive, I fell in love. He was my master's guard. After they discovered us together, he was whipped, bloody, and forbidden, and so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to, until we found ourselves. It was the veil that took us, that fed us. Those that could be healed, at least.
He passed away.
He did. But at least we were able to share a few moments. It was the greatest gift. But the generosity of this town, the men and women of the Vale support, though I was still a stranger to them. And so I swore that I would return the kind that I would reap.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this.
Perhaps that is why I have never stopped fighting, and I shan't. I know that it will not. The people, the soul, all united in defense of this. And what of you? Can we count on you?
Always.
Lord Marquis?
What is it?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait. He sent an owl some while ago.
Was he surveying another...
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash, an ancient religion that worshipped. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped...
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash?
Fully cognizant. I entrusted the mission, though yet it seemed... For as you so earnestly advised me...
But
perhaps, if
all right.
You go...
help you today, Clive? Here you are. All done?
You alright?
Something troubling you?
It's just... It has been...
I'm sure she'll...
Back in the north.
Yeah, so... Is it... or... no?
Nothing.
If Joshua's word... Joshua, I don't think I'd realized how different, but...
I suppose it's not...
She doesn't think she belongs.
And that's why we need to remind... to let her know that we still... But
And it was...
true. Though I suspect it is also...
You're saying I should go and scout the...
I'm saying we should... What...
This is the place.
I'm sorry. We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know.
Then why not ask someone?
Someone at the backyard. Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
I'll build a barricade so sturdy, even a bandit.
Can I help you?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo.
But if it's fancies you're after...
Was a silver chocobo?
Oh, yes.
It wouldn't be the first.
doesn't still hurt, does it?
Oh, 1,000 Akashic jars couldn't hurt me. Son of Rosaria.
How do? You've the look of...
I'm looking for a...
If that's the case, no one is... Word is, they were all hunted for their... If any are still...
You're probably right. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's Ride. It sounds almost too good. Come on. Run like the wind. Quiet. Tracks. They're not left by bandits for a change. More tracks. The chocobo was here. I don't hear anything. Well, I'll be... It's all right. Just borrowing a... Thank you. Let's get this back together.
It was no trouble at all.
Clive, you how'd you get on?
Any luck?
Crystal Berry. Right?
At the end.
But it also there. What do you... I think if you... No, Ash, you can give it to you.
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want? Anything else?
Say what you will.
This should tide us over until the new moon.
I need Josh.
Did you learn where...
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Met.
Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. Well, I recalled that she kept the record of our... So I ask... Who?
you feel?
Well... Is...
Wrong?
Go on. Did you make...
We did. Aye. It's a good luck charm. I mean...
If there's... I could... Don't you think you've had enough?
Oh, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword. I may have had one too many. I said better get back to work any...
What is it?
Thanks.
I know.
Got any more of those special elixirs?
I might.
I hear the Duke's
We've
agreed
got
to let
more
us
pimps
keep
than
our
the man's
land.
got paps. Seems the Duke's had a change of heart.
I haven't seen any of those beastly blue-eyed fiends of late.
Perhaps you haven't been looking hard enough.
Do be careful.
I will. Come on.
The meadows are vast. Where do we even start?
Yote mentioned the coastline. We can start there. Look, brother. Do you see them?
I do. The flowers and our friends. What do you see, boy? Let's hope this is the last one.
Only one way to find out.
No. But found her. It was worth it. They're beautiful. She'll love them.
Well, we...
Jill,
There is so... This is what you wanted...
You don't need to say anything. We've been worried about you. Josh, do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill?
You saw me crying and thought in the end it earned me a nasty cough and a stir. Before we left... No. And I'll... Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the... We should probably be getting back.
You're right.
And we'll do it.
Come on. Be safe.
It's over.
I'm getting tired of these things. Enough of you, are there? straight home now.
You're the outlaw! The one who drove His Highness to madness on your knees!
What? He has heard. And it doesn't look like he's willing to listen. Damn it. Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side.
Trouble with your gear, or a Sancthornian, dear? Should last you a good while. Not bad, if I do say so myself. And?
this be Nickelberg?
These people aren't. And the village seems safe. What is going on here?
Ah. Did you, too, heed the call?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
You keep saying that. What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed. This village is their altar, where they shall cast their shoals upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
Give themselves?
Oh, Lord, cleanse us of our sins.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms.
Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
They want to be saved. Forgive me, but did another foreigner like me come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Storm? Yes.
Thank you.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair still lives. Go and find him.
Let us be made pure. Let us be made pure.
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. Lord Rosfield.
That's right, and you must be the
I am.
Cyril was worried for your...
Then I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill.
He said that you had failed to report.
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. You have seen them at their prayers. They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... And so I would see these people safe, that they might do their duty to their Lord.
You do understand?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become... I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain.
Did you hear that, my lord? I'll go and find out. An ether flood. Oh no. There must be some...
Ready, brother?
Get him! Over here! What now? We meet again. I've killed your kind before. Damn it! Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation by devoting themselves to the service of their Lord. Just as I did when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashik in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
They are saved. Founder. I should get this report to Cyril.
Are you buying or selling? Of course. Anything else? Of course. Take care.
My Lord Marquis, I am glad to see...
I met with your third chair, Cyril.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers. I buried him in Mickelba.
If you could not...
The villagers, they prayed to their god that they... Then an ether flood... Your
Then he perished For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Sid would agree.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be. Only that the decision we live according to the teachings of our order, for better or worse.
But he didn't die for your creed, and you still believe that what he did was wrong.
I believe we of the Undying are not slaves, and this was his will.
I'd like to know this man's name, to know the names of all the Undying who fought. They died serving my house. That is my duty.
Of course, I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs. My lord, it has been the greatest honor of my life to... Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. And were they here...
To what do I owe the honor? So, will it be? Not bad, if I do say so myself. And?
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry.
We're not alone.
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawled. If Chadwick was being held here...
Don't give up hope just yet. Let me check the ground floor.
Then I'll search the upper level.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life. Time to fight. This one! Over here! Sicker! Over here! Motor! So this place was no ordinary prison. And I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they... They were feeding bearers to it. Minimal loss of Waluda lives. Even the Imperials take back. Nothing but a Kashik down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on. Too slow. No lock downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents, and it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, and those who wouldn't, or couldn't.
I'm afraid it means they were fed.
Then we're too late.
Don't say that.
A key.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
Let's see what we can find down here. A survivor. And she sounds close.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But...
Thank the
He must have sent you. Where is he?
Chadwick.
Was that?
We have to get...
Doris.
All right. You put...
It's out there waiting for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers. Will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen. This Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. What is it?
A diary. He was here.
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last.
Chadwick.
Come on. We have to get her.
No. I'll see that she's looked after from now on.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days.
She is. I thank the flames.
I know. I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize. How he fought to the bitter. That's the man I remember.
I wish I could have met. I'd like to hear more about your part.
Of course. You already met my former master. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. For years we were, so we escaped. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong.
But even in captivity, and he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof of that. And the curse breakers will show. I'll fight until my dying breath to...
Thank you, Doris.
Help you today, Clive? Here you are. Come again. I may have more for you.
Faster! Another of the royalist guard dogs. Quite a specimen of his too.
Get him! Get him! Over here!
No match for you, eh, Torgal? Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia. The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in? His interests were certainly varied. This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care.
Your care?
That is not, but by one means or another.
Then I'll have to I won't let you arrest.
Then we find out. Very well. The book.
Let's see, shall
Get him! Let darkness fall!
Impressive. But we have other means.
Why do you want it, sir?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and it tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct that a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. It is a question of numbers. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from knowledge. That is all. You may keep the book. The world is small until then.
Wait. Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
You found it. Even though I asked this of you, I fear the executors had...
I met with one and I convinced him. He told me something, that the truth is just a matter of... and that if enough people believe a lie...
It does, but it also means that the truth is not, provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people. As the sad history...
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. She was a heretic, you see. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner, and by shunning society, or perhaps she and that...
Do you still feel that way?
Honestly, I'm not entirely... Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather close... But the more I study, the more I find... So if you'll permit me, remember, Clive. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift...
I'll try, Viv. Through...
Twinside's hundreds of leagues away. That mean crystals. Massive.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Fly, Ambrosia. Have care.
Back to the stables, girl. Rest in peace. Ambrosia won't help me here.
Faster!
Company.
That'll do, girl. This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here. Conditioning. Disposed of. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he's... This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out. Forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. This must be the registry. So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. But where is the architect of all this misery? It was only a matter of time, I suppose. This place is cursed.
I hear that did you by any chance...
I did.
If the director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Or any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces. Like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks and no explanation.
They'd be happy to know that you survived.
But why did I make it out alive?
It's not your fault. See that their names live on.
I'm going to write a book. All of Valisti, and in the name of those
Neither will I.
These records would have been...
Do you suppose it's magic keeping the thing afloat?
What else could it be?
So there's a new mother. Fussing over it won't see the hens fed.
There's something about it. I feel like it's...
Lawsman Harpock.
Ah, yes.
You spoke of making amends with Dee.
Then I should begin by telling you this was some years ago, of course. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Ori to supervise, all to ensure that the future emperor had, alas, our time together was cut short. I had not expected to meet with him again.
Have you spoken with him?
No, His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, but as you say, that was Ultima's doing.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, and I did nothing to ease that burden. It is one of my greatest regrets, and what he truly needed, the blame for Dion's transgressions.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way.
Then I beg that you apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be fabulous. Well, there, thank.
Good girl. Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find. No holding back. Here they are. Might as well pick enough for... Oarsman, It's no trouble. Your Highness.
No.
Our lawsman has something he'd like to...
Master Harp, no. Not after everything. I have taken countless... all because I have sworn to atone for my crime, but were I to meet with him again...
Then that is all the more retest your resolve.
I must, at the very least, offer... Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, not to mention the wyvern tails, I shall
I hope the soul in the hideaway is to their life.
Why? These flowers bloomed in the bleak black.
What's this?
A stolus, or more precisely, it is said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wit so that...
Well, thank you, Harpocrates.